Good evening and welcome to the June 3rd regular City Council meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, and Councilmember Martin Rogers. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
Great. We will now stand for the invocation. I'm going to ask former council member Bishop Reverend Dr. Greg Finn to come up to do our invocation, followed by the pledge to the flag. If we could all stand and remain standing.
Let us pray. O wise and eternal God, we come before your divine presence this afternoon, asking God that you would lead us and guide us and direct us in the right path. For the least, the less, the lost, and the left out. Help our elected officials to make decisions not based on personal agenda, but based on the good and the welfare of the citizens of the city of East Point. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you so much for your service. We have a presentation tonight that is, we're very honored and excited to be able to bring up the Atlanta Regional Commission again, Mr. Kim Meyer and Shannon James with the Aerotropolis Atlanta Alliance to provide information on the comprehensive transportation plan for the Reconnecting Communities grant that we were a part of a regional award initially for $50 million, which has been now increased to $64.9 million, thanks to Secretary Pete Buttigieg, U.S. Department of Transportation, and our Senators Asaf Warnock and Congresswoman Nikema Williams as well. And so I wanted them to come back. There is an ask for tonight, and so the action is not needed immediately. I think it's not needed to maybe sometime in the early fall, but given the recent information released to the press regarding the additional funding and the recency of which this comprehensive transportation plan was just shared with us late last week, we had a regional meeting about it. So I wanted them to bring it forward to council while it's still fresh, so that we can go ahead and ideally take action tonight regarding the request that they will be making, or at least make sure that it's on our radar to make the take action in the near future so that they can continue planning to ensure that we are able to execute this 100% funded grant. I should say that there is no match required for the city for the construction pieces that they will talk about, but there is an ask to get ahead of and make sure that we're ready to execute in those projects for the $64.9 million grant. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Shannon James with Aerotropolis Atlanta Alliance and Mr. Myers from Atlanta Regional Commission. Thank you both so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, Shannon James, President and CEO of the Aerotropolis Atlanta Alliance. Extremely excited to be here this evening to continue this conversation, right? This is a marathon we're running, and but more excited to be a part of it, right? And so, as the mayor mentioned, this is a regional initiative. I won't necessarily serve as your presenter this evening. Eric is going to do the great work on behalf of the Atlanta Regional Commission to update you specifically along this timeline, and more specifically about the ask that the mayor mentioned, which is much down the road, if you will. In October is when we really need it, but today we want to be proactive. Get it before you so that we can make a strategic decision as we take this journey along the Finding the Flint Gateway Trail. So without further ado, Eric with the ARC. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Having worked for 2 cities and 2 counties, I feel like I'm in welcome and familiar territory. The Atlanta Regional Commission's vision is one great region. We're looking to foster thriving communities for all within the Atlanta region through collaborative and data-informed planning and investments. And this grant application success clearly meets those targets. We had many partners working on this grant application. I guess as is the statement, victory has many mothers and defeat is an orphan. So we had many successful partners with this, and we appreciate you being one of them. You're no stranger to ARC. We've helped the city over the years with a variety of planning projects, including the ones at the top. And then the last three are capital projects that we partnered with you to help make possible. So we've enjoyed our partnership to date and look forward to continuing that. So the big news, as you all have heard, the mayor said again, we were managed to secure $64.9 million. It's 100% money. Again, having worked for local government, that is the best kind of money, isn't it? There are 8 segments for scoping and engineering, 4 segments for construction, and then funding for continuous public engagement, technical assistance, all the good things. And then sort of zooming in here on East Point, you've got segment 1, which sort of goes from Beltline north coming south. So segment 2 sort of picks up where City of Atlanta leaves off up north there, coming down from the Beltline. That's a construction segment. Then we hit the segment that y'all have let for construction right there by City Hall. And then it continues on down Main Street, down to Willingham, and then takes a right or takes a left and heads east. So a lot of construction in the city of East Point. In fact, of the $64.9 million, around $35 million of that is going to East Point. So y'all get more than half. Don't tell the others, you're our favorite. And then, of course, we have some other work heading down to College Park and towards Hapeville. So as the mayor mentioned, as part of the application, we said we would do a master plan for all of it. I guess at the Atlanta Regional Commission and elsewhere, we believe that the whole can be greater than the sum of the parts. So we're doing a multi-jurisdictional plan. It's modeled off the Chattahoochee Riverland study that ARC did back in the late 2010s. 100 river miles, many cities and counties involved, trust for public lands. It's a generational project, and we think this can be too. So it's a traditional master plan with the usual scope elements. But again, what we're hoping for is this will help us tie it all together. So when you come off the Beltline, obviously very successful economic and community development project, you'll be able to come on this project south, and you'll have additional work with signage, wayfinding, furnishings, facility types, maybe other parks that complement the facility like Beltline did. So we think that this is a way to tie it all together and capture more total benefits. Trust for Public Land, who is the partner, the not-for-profit partner on Chattahoochee Riverlands, they, over the last 3 decades, have managed to raise $250 million to complement the investments from the feds, the state, and the local governments. So we're hoping with Conservation Fund and Aerotropolis and others to likewise find those philanthropic dollars that sort of add some secret sauce along the way. And that is it. Thank you very much.
And so, thank you so much. A couple things. I have to mention that this project was birthed by Hannah Palmer, who's an East Point resident who kind of started this just as a passion project, I would say, and positioned it to be able to be shared regionally for there to be buy-in, and now we're all at the table. Our East Point Path Plan, one of the items I voted on as a council member, being prepared then allowed us to be able to identify which segments it would be easier to connect with, as well as connecting with the work and leveraging what we're doing through our T-SPLOST funding. I did want you to talk more about the comprehensive transportation plan part of it and what ARC, what we're looking at as a region, in order to be able to have a plan created so that we will be ready once the funds are received, probably next year. So we're not just waiting next year till funding comes to then start working. So if you could talk a little bit more about that piece.
So that piece is the master plan that I mentioned at the end. We're funding it through our comprehensive transportation plan program. So that's how we're funding it. The Atlanta Regional Commission will put up $1 million. We're asking for $250,000 from the 5 local governments. We're asking specifically for $15,000 from the city of East Point. Clayton County is putting up $200,000. Aerotropolis is putting in some money. College Park, Hapeville. So the 3 cities would each put in $15,000. So 15,000 and 35 million, we get back to you.
That's a nice ROI. And Aerotropolis will be giving 5,000, right? I think that's how we get to the 1.25 million, 1,250,000. And so are there any questions from council? Thank you so much. So at this point, do we have a draft of what the CTP will be, and the MOA that's needed for that? Because if not, we can talk about that and then put it on for action at our June 17th meeting when we actually have the full MOA along with the amount. And again, the ask is for $15,000. The reason it's on tonight is for if council would like for us to have staff engage with them in finalizing the MOA to bring back to us, or working on a draft MOA to bring back to us on June 17th or a future meeting for adoption. So that then that will be, the 15,000 will be a part of that MOA.
Mayor, just to add for clarification, and what we're looking to accomplish is really twofold, right? So you have a CTP, which is the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, which GDOT is going to line item funding for us. That's really the match. And that match is going to complement the federal funding that we've already secured. So I want to make sure we're just apples to apples. We're looking at two products. The first is the CTP, which will tee us up early for the federal funding.
And will allow us to start working and not just wait until next year to move that forward. But that part also is not reimbursable. So 15,000 out of 35 million plus 15,000, we won't get the 15,000 back, but we'll get 35 million plus. Butler.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we allow staff to work with ARC to come up with the MOA to be presented on June 17th or a future date.
Been moved and properly seconded. Could we also either by friendly amendment or you amend your motion, Councilman Butler, indicate the $15,000 commitment?
I would like to make change that motion to include what was said by the mayor, $15,000 commitment from the city of East Point.
Does the second still stand? They can amend the motion before. Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Oops, hold on. It's been moved and properly seconded. I need somebody from IT. My screen is not working. I don't see anyone in for discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Tell CEO Roach that we are deeply grateful. I've said it a couple times, but you can tell I said it again tonight. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Next up are committee reports. Do we have any committee reports? The HR committees met. The Budget and Finance committees are meeting. I think at our it's on for tonight. So it's on for tonight. That talk about the change to the ordinance regarding chairs. In HR committee, we are talking through the format for our evaluations for our direct reports, as well as looking at grievance policy, our existing and others in the area. And in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, we are looking at variances regarding our budget to actual for the fiscal year, as well as the budget calendar as we look at next year's fiscal budget. Right? Okay, so there are no action items tonight from those committees. So we will move to adoption of the council agenda. Hold on, before we make that motion, hold on just a moment. If we can get a motion to approve the agenda and removing item 7 to the June 10th work session. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is approval of city council minutes from the May 20th regular city council meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the council minutes?
Madam Mayor, motion to approve the city council minute meetings, from May 20th, 22nd.
It's May 20th. It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the meeting minutes. It's a tongue twister for the May 20th regular meeting of East Point City Council. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is our public hearing on the second reading of the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget. I'm going to turn it over to our interim city attorney to read the rules. Attorney Wiggins.
Rule 29 provides for the public hearing rules, which shall be advertised per the ordinance. The presiding officer will call for a motion to open and close the hearing. Those in favor of the subject will speak first for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will then speak for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speakers may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker after all of those present have had an opportunity to speak. Residents will be given first priority to speak. After all residents have been given an opportunity to speak, non-residents may speak. By a majority vote, the council may increase the total time for each side of the subject to a total of 30 minutes per side. Each side will be given the same amount of time, and speakers must adhere to the rules of decorum.
Thank you so much. Can we get a motion to open the public hearing? Councilmember Ziegler.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to open up the public hearing for the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget.
Is there a second? Councilmember, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion carries. The public hearing is now open. I'm going to turn it over to staff to give the budget overview presentation prior to opening it. Do we have finance staff? Oh, there he is. Yes, I was like, I thought I saw Mr. Golden. Thank you, sir.
Ready? Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, all other appointed officials and the public. Actually, this is our second reading on the public budget. As you know, we've had a number of things that have occurred since I've arrived. I've been here since February 26, I believe, and I've become quite acquainted with the staff and the departments that actually provide these services for you. In this budget presentation, what you'll see is we are aligning our budget priorities with the strategic plan that was adopted by the council several years ago. There are 5 focus areas: safe and sustainable community, innovative and high-performing organizations, economic development, and being fiscally sustainable, as well as infrastructure. And these are the 5 focus areas or targets that this budget focuses on. Next slide. So these are the FY 2025 budget highlights. We looked at what's in the budget and we aligned it with our strategic goals. Focus area number 2 obviously is developing a high-performance organization, and we looked at including cost of living adjustment for employees at 3% and implementing the Evergreen study, bringing our lowest wage earners up to $20 an hour. Focus area number 5 focuses on infrastructure, sidewalk and street improvements, water and sewer infrastructure improvements, municipal buildings, as well as parks and recreation improvements. And as you can see in the second column are the estimated cost of what we'll spend in this fiscal year. Next slide. And then obviously, we've had a number of accomplishments that have occurred from fiscal year July 1st of 23 until now. And so these are the things that we went over at our first public hearing on the budget. And it's broken out by what we've done in focus areas. And then we drill down into the department or functions that we actually got done. So, you know, body and vehicle cameras for police department and fire vehicles we were able to complete the construction of the crime center at the police department, as well as purchase a number of vehicles for police, fire, and code enforcement, as well as providing this cascade system, which is a system that allows us to refill our self-contained breathing apparatus for our fire personnel. And then Parks and Recreation, we were able to do a number of things, from renovating the tennis courts and pickleball courts at Sykes Park to doing mural installations at Patsy Joe Hilliard and Flying Children murals on Norman Berry. And then focus area number 2, we were able to do some in-house things, able to digitize and complete our warehouse annex files over there, as well as we did some customer service training for human resources and other departments, customer care, and police. This was intended to really focus on our front counter staff to help improve how they deliver customer service to our residents. And the city clerk's office processed more than 2,300 open records requests during this period. Focus area number 3, we were able to, from an economic development standpoint, we were able to attract a couple of retailers, restaurants, Cultural South Brewery, as well as Crumble Cookies on Camp Creek and Eat My Biscuit. And then we initiate a wayfinding signage project that you're aware of. We had a architectural firm that the city has retained to actually do that. Focus area number 4, when we talk about fiscal sustainability, as you know, we have the FY21 and FY22 financial audits that we just completed, thank God. And this is a big accomplishment for the town, because what it does, it allows for us to build a better budget. We are behind one audit at this point, but we have already started the FY23 budget, and we hope that that will be completed in short order so we can ensure that the numbers that we've presented in our budget plan this year will be the numbers that we'll live with. And we also create internal controls in our accounts payable processes. Then focus area number 5, infrastructure. It's not just capital improvements, but it also is our technology. So we are trying to ensure that we have Wi-Fi installed in all our municipal buildings, as well as spending money in water and sewer and doing water and sewer line maintenance and maintenance at the water treatment plant, as well as a SCADA system. We update our SCADA system, and that's been completed along with the John Milner Lighting Project. But there are also challenges. Those are the things that we did last year and we were able to complete, but there are also challenges. And the biggest challenge that we have here at the city of East Point is organizational employee turnover, and not just in management, but also within the departments. And this is a huge number, because a lot of the material that I've been reading and what I've studied about turnover is that this affects everything, not just your budget, how you inform it, but how you carry operations and deliver those services for people. And then obviously the implementation of the Evergreen study, which is very important, because without that, we wouldn't be able to pay our employees a fair and marketable wage, right? And so we were able to get that approved by the council. And then other challenges, like I said, we're behind on the FY23 audit. We've already begun that process, and we're hopeful that we'll get it completed and get it included in our FY26 budget process next year. Also within this, one of the challenges that we face, obviously municipal buildings. This one is relatively new, but I'm really referring to other municipal buildings that we have in our physical assets. And so this is something that we need to think through in terms of how do we manage these facilities that we have and how do we keep them maintained. And then also the water and sewer infrastructure. So those are all the challenges. This is an organizational chart. This is I call it a functional chart. It really shows kind of how we view ourselves here at the city of East Point. It's broken down by department, but it also, you might see something that's a function, like customer care. It's a function. It's not it's a division of of finance department. So, but it's a function. And so we're kind of showing you how we see the city of East Point at this point. And so the charter requires that the capital budget be presented no later than January 16th. I think it says 3 months before the city manager submits a balanced budget to you. During that time of the submission of the capital budget, we were able to work with the staff and develop all of the materials needed in order for myself or the city manager's office to prepare and submit to the council on April 15th a balanced budget. So on April 15th, it was delivered to the clerk, which was distributed to the council, a balanced budget on that date. And then we held our first budget open house. If you recall, it was a virtual open house. It took place on April 23rd. And then the next week, we had an in-person open house meeting. And then obviously, since that time, we've met with a number of residents about everything from what's in the capital budget, what's in the departmental operating budget, until our first public hearing on the budget, which was May 20th. And so tonight, obviously, your code requires that you adopt a budget on June 3rd at the first meeting in the month of June. And this is a snapshot of all funds. All funds at the city of East Point total $209,965,678. If you look in the first column on the FY25 projected revenue, the biggest fund and the most flexible fund is our general fund. It is where we operate most of our programs and services that we deliver in the city. And then it's broken down by condemned funds and E911 funds, restricted grants, and those kinds of things. So all of these are the different funds that we utilize to run the operations of the municipality. Next slide. And then this is a pie chart. It shows how the revenue comes in. And what we learned through the process of talking to residents, where we had these categories called other taxes and all other revenue, we further broke that down for the benefit so people could see kind of what are other taxes, like insurance premiums and beverage taxes, motor vehicle taxes, and other revenues like our intergovernmental revenue and interest income and those kinds of things. And so this is a snapshot of our general fund. This is how the revenue comes in, and this is the different revenue sources. And this is the expenditures. So this is the expenditure side. So of that 72 million, this is how those funds are spent. I'm sure none of you are surprised that our largest spender, if you will, our biggest department is the police department. About 32% of their budget makes up our general fund budget, and followed by fire, which is no surprise. I think right now 50% of our expenditures are less than 50% of our public safety is public safety, police, and fire. And I think that's a good benchmark place to be. Next slide. Then obviously when we look at the 25 capital budget priorities, what we're doing is consistent with what you've already said you want to do, which is deal with the water and sewer infrastructure, as well as improvements to parks and rec, as well as look at our municipal buildings and paving new sidewalks, as well as your 50 worst program. That is also a key deliverable that's contained in this FY25 capital budget priority. All right, so this is the FY25 capital project highlights what's broken down by department and proposed expenditures. And when we look at public service, we're going to spend about $21 million, more or less, in there this year. When we look at public utilities, this is water resources, electric, storm. We categorize those solid waste. We're going to spend about $18.8 million there. And in the Parks Department, in Cultural Art, Public Art Department, we're going to spend about $1.3 million. And then Information Technology, we're going to spend a little bit over north of $1 million, but all total is $44 million. And then this is the 5-year capital project, a snapshot of how you'll spend and what we'll budget for in future fiscal years. But the total for that that CIP right now is like 164,920,671. Next slide. So this is, next slide. Yeah. So this is water resources. Some folks call it water and sewer. So it's the total revenues for that department is about $35 million. And what we did was we put asterisks beside the other financing sources, so you can see that that fund balance is made up of the GFA loan, as well as the miscellaneous revenue that we receive from meter taps, grease management fees, and those kinds of miscellaneous fees. Next slide. All right, so this is how the money is spent. So about $4.5 million of this money is spent on salary and benefits. The majority of it is spent on operations and capital projects, and then our debt service payments on those GFA loans and other loans are $2.9 million. Next slide. Then the electric fund. So the electric system, we collect about $43 million. The total revenue that we receive for the electric or the power company is $47.9 million. Next slide. And of that $47 million, 3.4 is spent just on salaries, and then there about $13.5 million spent on operations and capital projects. And then obviously the city of East Point, we pay for our power through MEAG, and that's a $30 million payment. So you can see that we're taking on, we're generating more revenue than what we actually pay out. That's a good thing. Next slide. Stormwater fund. So the stormwater fund, it's a fund that houses all the revenue that's collected for under the stormwater fee program, and these funds are used to repair certain capital projects that involve stormwater, and so like catch basins, and it can also be used for road improvements and road repairs, but it normally is used to deal with stormwater issues in and around your city. Next slide. And then obviously about a little less than $500,000 is salary and benefits, and majority of it's in capital projects. Next slide. And then this is the solid waste fund. So the solid waste fund is a sanitation fund. This is where your garbage is picked up, and all the other things related to waste management comes out of this fund. The total revenue for this fund is $6.5 million. The charges for services are 4.5, and obviously this fund is also supported through other financing sources, and that is a transferred in from the general fund. And then this is how it's spent. So of the 6.5 that's generated, $2.3 million is spent just on salary, and then the majority is spent on operations. The capital projects, I believe, from let's see, are two trash trucks for replacing. Yeah. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, and we can talk about whatever you'd like.
Thank you so much. We are in the public hearing on the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget. Anyone desiring to speak in favor of the 2025 fiscal year 2025 proposed budget, come forward at this time. Anyone desiring to speak in favor of the proposed 2025 fiscal year budget, come forward at this time. Good evening.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I do speak in favor of the budget in terms of several things. One is the salary increase for employees. I see you did a pay class compensation study to see in comparison to what other cities are doing, but I don't understand the hybrid part. What is the hybrid part? What do you mean when you're saying hybrid? Is it going to be implemented at one time, or is it going to be implemented over a period of time? And I'm asking that question of Mr. Manager, if I could ask it, Madam Mayor.
Not right now, Mr. Brown. I'm gonna take the
Oh, you're going to take
questions,
it? Okay.
and then
Okay.
we'll open up for discussion, and we'll have them.
Okay. I just want to know.
Yep.
The other thing, I do support the Wednesday wind down. I know some people don't support it, some people not for it, but I think it's good for the city if there are changes that need to be made with the Wednesday wind down. I think that that's the way to go, but citizens enjoy it. I know there's some against it, but I support that. And that's all I have to say, Madam Mayor, in my 1.5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak in favor of the proposed 2025 budget?
Madam Mayor, City Council, I support the budget, and I hope you all think about it and pass it. I support the WWD because we deserve it. Okay, most of the talent is local groups, and this is our 6th year, and we haven't had any major incidents. It's very diverse, and we love it. And again, this is the hotel motel money. So I think if you all decide that we no longer have that, we don't have to have any event. But I support the budget.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the proposed FY 2025 budget?
Yes, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Phyllis Jackson Smith, and I'm Vice President of the Meadowlark Estates Neighborhood Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of our neighborhood, and I will say friends of our neighborhood. We support the budget. We wholeheartedly support the Wednesday Wind Down program. We think you would do a disservice to East Point if that program was discontinued. And that's based upon a lot of the reports and feedback that we get from friends and citizens, and especially I frequent the Bowden Senior Citizen Center, so I've been surprised at how many of them actually attended, how many of them encouraged their children to attend it, and just all the positive. I've only heard positive feedback. And what was interesting recently from a very conservative friend of mine who said, I didn't realize East Point had programs that nice, or concerts that nice. I was shocked that she was at the concert. I happened to call her, and she was at the concert that was recently held. So I think also in terms of just, that speaks to the diverse audience that it does appeal to. I know a lot of people might think it's not diverse, that it's culturally probably indigenous. That's not so. I think it depends upon the taste of people and how they decide to approach an event. But I hope that that program will continue. The other thing, I just want to thank Parks and Recreation. I know at one of the council meetings when they first presented the budget, I mentioned that they talked about Parks and Recreation improvements, but they had not specifically mentioned Sykes Park. And I did hear that loud and clear tonight, so thank you for that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, Patricia Levitt. I too am part of the Meadowlark Homeowners Association, and it's so good to see each of you here tonight. I am here in support of the budget. You know, I've done a lot of thinking about Wind Down Wednesdays. This is just not a fly-by-night thing. I pay attention to WABE. I pay attention to the city of Atlanta. You can't really go around Metro Atlanta anywhere and not have a complement to Wind Down Wednesday. I think we have gone from, you know, you really look at a broad spectrum of how we have gone from a small event to what it is now. And we're actually a model for a lot of cities and a lot of enterprises. And it's just interesting that it comes from East Point. And so, but that's not my only reason. I care about the people who attend and what they get from it and the feelings that they get, the camaraderie. And again, I say that coming together, meeting people, and just getting out in the air and feeling what's available in the city, you're going to do nothing but grow from the experience that we have here. And thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for what you do. And I appreciate every one of you, and I do support the budget. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the proposed 25 budget?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Cole, and I'm at 2829 Delo Drive. And I just want to say that I am in support of the budget, and I am also in support of the wind down. We are known nationally. Everybody knows about the city of East Point. We have a lot of people going against each other and stuff like that, but the wind down is what brings the city together. If you don't like it, you don't have to participate. But I think that the budget is good, and that I think that we are moving forward in the city. And I am so proud to be in East Point for a long time. So thank you.
I'm like, is this thing on? Can you hear me now? Okay. Hi, Madam Mayor. Hi, Council. As I spoke last time, my name is Nicole Green. I run a nonprofit for families that have children with special needs, and I'm going to reiterate that again. With the Wednesday wind down, it needs to stay. It needs to happen. It's a sense of camaraderie, and that's something that I didn't see at the last meeting up here with the council, and it was really disheartening, especially like being a civilian now, coming from military to civilian. It's just like y'all up here going back and forth, you know, and being disrespectful to each other in front of your audience here. And we're all trying to come together and make East Point greater, not just for able-bodied people, but people that have different abilities. I stand before you as a veteran and as a mother of a child with special needs and a person that has special needs myself. It's like, if I don't get outside, depression happens for me. I have multiple sclerosis, so I battle with neurological situations. And there's a lot of people. Depression isn't something that's just for one person or just for a group of people. And then when you have people come together, the young and the elders, and you hear mostly elders talking about Wind Down Wednesday, make sure that we save that. And I just want to echo that. And I support the budget, and I'm really happy about the Parks and Rec budget. So thank you so much. I appreciate
it. Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the FY 2025 proposed budget?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Marie Terry, 2055 Seven Road. I am in favor of the budget. Now, when it comes to Wednesday wind down, I'm neither against it nor for it. I just wish you guys would expand it more to this city, open up the gates, and you're talking about events, and for them to actually tour our city while they're doing Wednesday wind down. Open up the gate, let them go to bring their food in. You got other vendors that's selling, so why can't our business owners be able to be a part of that? Since some of it is supported by the hotel motel tax, tourism. Let them tour the rest of the businesses so that they can actually be a part of the Wednesday wind down in the city of East Point. That would be great for the city so that everybody can benefit from that Wednesday wind down. I went to it one time. I enjoyed it, and it's huge. It's very, very huge. So why not just expand it to the business owners? The budget was nice, and I appreciate the city manager for all the effort that he put in. I appreciate the workers that took their time out in that budget to explain it to me. And I hope this continue with the budget, like they said, make it like as where an 8th grader can read it. And I thank you for it, and I do thank the city manager. For the budget, where's the wind down? You could keep it, but expand it more. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the proposed 25 budget?
Greetings, Council, Madam Mayor. I am for the budget. Yes, ma'am. Yes. So, again, I apologize. I am for the budget, and I'm hearing a lot about the Wind Down Wednesday. I actually am for Wind Down Wednesday. I just don't understand how that particular event brings so much conversation as if the city just resolves around that one event. So I'm hoping, going forward, even, with the actual concert series, again, more inclusion. And I do believe as it continues to grow, it would be, more input from residents as a whole. I think that would give it a little more, embracing going forward. Also, again, I'm echoing off the young lady. I do want to echo off of Reverend Fan, Dr. Fan, Reverend Fan, Councilman Fan. He definitely said something in his open prayer about bringing personal issues towards particular individuals. But again, I want to just think if you all would just work together a little more, have a little more open conversation prior to coming into the actual meetings, it may actually help and save some time for us, the residents, because I came to speak on something totally different last week with 20 other residents from my community. But of course, they didn't get a chance because the meeting, a lot of things needed to be addressed. But again, we definitely need to have more conversation. The concert, I think, is great because it does bring a lot of people in the city. And if we were able to just expand that in a different direction and not have so much negative put on it and turn that, if that's going to be the one thing that brings people into our city, let's figure out how to use this as a positive pivoting point to actually, help the city grow, be more focused, enlightened. Just a whole lot of great things can come if it's more open conversation, if it's better organized within the other council members and the residents. So again, thank you all for the budget. The budget looks great. The numbers look nice. And we just want to make sure that we're keeping things a little more open within you all and with the residents. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I'm Jabra Hemming of Penrose Drive. Tonight, I'm going to speak in favor of the budget. Last public hearing, I spoke in opposition, and I had some clear points on why. I originally came before you on May 6th with two questions or two charges. One was to make sure that the budget book was more accessible to us residents, and two was that we, the residents, wanted to see evidence of your informed decision-making. I'm really happy and pleased to report that the budget book has been updated tremendously, and it is a lot more accessible to the residents. I want to applaud and thank the city manager, Mr. Golden, and others who spent quite a bit of time addressing it. I want to point out a few things that they did. They included some new sections that talk about what the fund descriptions are. There's a very nice table on page 41 that maps each of the funds to a department. So if you're trying to read the budget and look at the department justification and where the money's coming from, you can actually make sense of that now. I also love some of the graphs and the charts that they've included to describe. You saw that Mr. Brown in his presentation included more detail about the revenue for the city, and so we could understand, these are tax dollars, where are these funds coming from to address certain things. I also am very happy that it's aligned with the strategic plan, so there's more confidence that we have that there's something holding this budget together and holding our city together. Many of the outdated or missing justifications from the departments were updated. I'm happy to see that. I still did not see your justifications as city council for the money that you all are getting, however. It also now includes some extra navigation pages so that when you're looking across the ledger, you know when you're looking at revenues versus when you're looking at expenditures. I want to tell you that I read that entire document. It's very long. I spent a lot of time reading multiple versions of it, and it does lay out a clear plan for the city. Where I feel less positive is on your performance. I wanted to see the evidence of the discussion, of the dialogue. What you all ultimately are responsible for is approving the budget. While it is Mr. Brown's responsibility to create it, you all have to decide if we actually are going to implement it. Of the 4 to 5 times that the budget was on the meeting, on an agenda, it got pushed and deprioritized to other things that I think were less important. I won't name particular topics, but there were some topics that weren't as time sensitive as this budget was. Also, there was a special call session And I want to thank the mayor, Councilwoman Shropshire, Councilman Friedley, Councilmember Ziegler, and Councilmember Martin Rogers for showing up. I don't know what happened, but there was an opportunity for the departments to make presentations to you all about the budget. But because you all couldn't reach quorum, we couldn't see that public dialogue and conversation. So I'll close with this. I am hoping that you all restore our confidence in you. A lot has happened in our city. There's a lot of chaos going on. And what we ultimately want to see as residents is you all working together with our city staff to give us the types of services that we deserve as residents. So as you are thinking about that, I ask you to take seriously tonight's vote and make sure that it actually does represent the things that are important for moving East Point forward.
Anyone else who would like to speak in favor of the FY 2025 proposed budget? Anyone else who would like to speak in favor? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition of the FY 2025 proposed budget?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Welcome and congratulations to our 4 new council members, 3 of who are truly new. Ernestine Pittman, and I am introducing myself tonight as a former council member and former mayor, because I sat there and I was just dismayed about what I was hearing, because we are being cheated. It is unfortunate that Councilwoman Sharon Shropshire gets so much heat for Wind Down Wednesday, when in reality, Wind Down Wednesday is each one of you are sitting up there doing. Her face may be there to sponsor it, but who are paying the bills? You, by your silence, allows the city manager to sign checks with no contracts or no agreements, no accountability. And I'm here tonight to say that, except for the new council members, each of the incumbents, you could be charged under RICO for.
So I'm gonna pause right
no,
now. I'm
just
going
a
to
moment.
Just a moment, Ms.
Put that down,
Pittman.
please.
She can pause your time. So this is the budget public hearing.
I
So
know what it is.
Ms. Pittman, we can't both talk at the same
No,
time.
and I'm talking.
And
This
I
is-
am the
this is my
presiding
time.
officer of this
No,
meeting.
no.
And I can
No.
pause you, as you know, as a former mayor.
No,
so if you
I am
pause just a
talking about
moment,
the budget.
you were not talking
I
about
am
the budget.
talking
You were
about
talking
the
about
budget.
RICO, and you were talking about a number of other things. So if you
I
had
am
signed up
talking
for
about the
public
budget.
comments, if you had signed up for public comments, you could come and speak at that time.
I am talking
But if
about
you
the
have
budget.
anything to say about this budget, then you can say something about the budget. RICO and all those others, defamatory.
You don't care. You can't put words in my mouth or take words out.
Are not about the budget. So has she signed up for public comments this evening?
This is not public comment. You don't tell me what to, this is the public hearing, and I am talking about the budget.
She signed up for public comments. Okay. You may
I am
proceed with your
I am
statement
talking about the budget.
the budget.
I
Mayor.
am speaking about the budget.
Didn't you say you were a former mayor?
No.
And so you know, at the time that the presiding
I am
officer
talking
stops you
about the budget. You are interfering with my
goodness.
public free speech.
I am not. I
You
have
are
stopped- I have
interfering with
stopped
free
the
speech
time.
on the budget.
I have stopped the time.
Well,
and
then,
I have
look,
said to you.
I am going to speak on the
Okay,
budget.
and I'm
with
going
what
to
I have
allow you
say.
to speak on the budget.
You're not
but
going
I'm
to allow
reminding
me?
I'm reminding you that this
Okay.
is the time of the agenda for the public hearing
I
on
am
the
talking
budget.
about the budget.
And I understand that you have signed up for public comments. So any of your comments that are not related to the budget, I'm going to ask you to make them during the public comment section of the agenda, because this is the
I am
hearing
speaking
for the
about the
proposed
budget.
2025 budget. You may go ahead with your comments. And
My comments are relevant to the budget. In the budget, every elected official has been given a personal budget. Whether you use it or not, there is nowhere in the charter of the city of East Point explicitly or that implies that any elected official can have a personal budget using taxpayers' money to spend on any activity that they want to, of which they are the organizer and the administrator. This goes totally against our charter. In fact, it helps to change our form of government. In this budget, every year since 2018, we have had elected official perks in it. They have organized their activities, no input from the public. They have administered it, where our charter clearly states there is to be no administrative authority given to the mayor, so of course any would not be given to council members. Because you sat quietly and not said anything when it comes up to the administration and paying of bills of these activities, you conspired to do it, approval. Now let me tell you about the budget. What is allocated in the budget is not passed by mayor and council. The council votes on a budget allocation amount that the revenues will not be exceeded by the expenditures. Any page in that budget can have changed while we stood here and talked. We ended up with an ordinance in there that never came before the council. Just so long as the figures add up to the estimated revenue and the estimated expenditures. What is important is how the money comes from being allocated in the budget. During the budget, when we redid our charter, the last revision was 2006. I remember saying, if we could put things in the budget, what do we need? How do we keep it from being just swallowed up with a whole lot of nothing? That is when the committee said, it's not what goes into the budget, but how it comes out of the budget that is important. Not a single personal budgeted activity by an elected official has followed that process. Any item coming from the budget, with few exceptions, the bond debt, multi-year contracts, benefits, has to come back before the council if it exceeds $12,500. And that $12,500 cannot be broken down into one event, 12, 12, 12, this. If it was part of a larger expense, that entire expense has to have gone through procurement. Nowhere in this country, nowhere but here in East Point, can you spend money, contract money out in agreement to be paid for by the city, and no one is responsible for that? No. Councilwoman Sharon Shropshire did not authorize. It has not been authorized by anybody, and neither have the rest of you, for these different activities that you have. Those need to come out of the budget until the city attorney, who is the city attorney for the city, not yours. I am challenging the city attorney tonight to bring a written response stating why elected officials here in East Point have all of a sudden in the last 6 years, 131 years went by, not any of this happened. I guess we was all stupid. Then here come you all in the last 6 years, and you just getting money for A, B, C, Y, Z, with no, absolutely no accounting for it. I want to know why in this city, East Point elected officials can have access in a so-called personal budget that is overseen by them, organized by them, and administered. And why the city manager should not be charged, as they should be with RICO for conspiring to do this undercover. And that is what you're doing, because you don't bring it up. Not one time has this entire council, minus the new ones, ever brought up that this went down Wednesday is before the council. This is procurement. How much is going to be spent X, Y, and Z? Yet and still the city manager signed off on those checks. Mr. City Manager, you signed one check for any of these elected officials up here. Personal budgets. We're coming after you with dereliction of duty, because it says you only sign what the council has passed. Any allocation in that budget, before it is spent, has to be voted on by this council. That's why we don't know what happened with the 1.2 million to Romonda Notice dropped down to 7.5. That's why we have had a city attorney who also was a solicitor, who was also over 50 works properties, to make $1,333,000, and you don't know anything about it. You never had a contract. He never had an agreement. He never had a salary. And it's just like you all up here. We didn't vote for you and put you up there to be little corporations, little private businesses. You don't tell us how you're going to spend our money on your purse and then can't produce a contract.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, madam. Next time, don't try to lick me.
Your
You are
time
not
has
my
expired.
attorney.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? I actually gave you, how much time has expired?
It's, that'll be over almost 9 minutes, because it's 6
Okay,
minutes
so
to
let me
40
read the rules so I can be clear on the record how courteous I was to her. So those in favor of the subject will speak first for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Those who oppose the subject will then speak for a total of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be limited to not more than 3 minutes. Speakers may give a total of 3 minutes to another speaker after all those present have had an opportunity to speak. So I was trying to give her 6, but it looks like I've given her how much? About 9? Okay, is there anybody else who wants to speak in opposition of the FY 2025 budget? Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Anyone who would like to speak in opposition? Can I get a motion to close the public hearing, please?
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we close the public hearing.
So moved. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Can we get a motion for discussion and possible action on the budget?
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we open the floor for possible action and discussion.
Hold on.
Oh, we have to.
Oh, I meant it's now closed. Yes, I'm not trying to reopen it. Thank you. The public hearing is not closed. There was a motion. It's been proved to close the public hearing. Thank you, Councilmember Shropshire. Go ahead, Councilmember Butler.
I would like to make the motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the 2024-2025 budget.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion
Discussion.
on the motion to open the floor for discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Brown, there was a question regarding what is the hybrid pay and compensation study?
Yes, I'll try to be brief, and I'll try to respond to Mr. Phan's question regarding the hybrid approach. As I understand it, when we entered a contract with Evergreen, they studied a number of compensation alternatives. One of the recommendations was that we consider, as part of the study, the length of service for the employee, the longevity, and time in position. And so that defined what the hybrid approach would be. So it would be how long the employee was in that position and what their longevity was in order to create a formula that we use to give that approach. I think Michelle is here if that's not good enough, I can have Michelle Aber with the Human Resource Department to come up and give a better explanation if necessary, but that's what I understand about the hybrid approach.
So it looks at length of service as well as experience versus just looking at one. Is that
Yes.
okay? Um, other this on the proposed budget, Councilmember Mitchell.
Yeah, can we get a little bit more information? 'Cause this came up last meeting. The police chief came and said we needed about, how many, 7 new officers? 10, I'm sorry, 10 new officers, about
Yeah.
70,000 apiece. And the comment was made that we should look into each department's contingency funds
Mhm.
to try to find this money. And can we get some information from me and I guess for the audience on what the contingency funds for these departments are used for?
You know, I can definitely do that. Cynthia, if we could get Cynthia Hammond, our interim finance director, come up and walk us through. I know the chief made comments, and I know what the council instructed, but we've had some last minute evaluations. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Cynthia Hammond, Interim Finance Director. When Chief made his presentation regarding his positions, we were still under the impression that he only had the 124 active positions. But at some point prior to that, they'd had more positions. Those positions were never removed from the budget. So he has already in his budget enough funds to cover those 10 positions.
Still on my time, right? So what are the contingency funds used for?
Well, he doesn't have to use the contingency fund, but normally
No, the question is, what is a contingency fund?
it
used
would be
for?
used for anything in the budget that is not covered under any other particular line item.
Like in emergency purposes?
Correct.
So my issue is we would rather dip into emergency funds for each department. And I just got I have some info from Ms. Brown today, but we would rather use emergency funds out of these departments. So say a water main breaks, let's take like Atlanta. How are we going? I just feel like that's off. And it's like, of course, I love listening to the residents. We want all these nice things, but when we ask for them, we say we don't have the money, or we're not prioritizing the money we do have.
Well, I think.
Well, hold on, Cynthia. Did she answer your question about the contingency
Yes,
fund? Okay. Just just sit right there if you could. Just
Okay.
Have a seat, please.
And I had one more question, I guess, while you're up here.
Okay. Well, hold on. I thought that.
There was a question about an enterprise fund and emergencies. How are those funded for an enterprise fund versus a general fund? So general fund property tax money is not being used to fund water and sewer emergency repairs. I think maybe that's what you were about to speak to, Mr.
No,
Brown.
I'm just saying this, the whole concept that we'd rather use our emergency funds that citizens need for emergencies. Like when we look at Atlanta, if something like that happens, the money won't be there because we're not prioritizing. I feel like to a certain extent, I don't think you commented on this. This was made by another person on this diocese, but
Okay.
That's kind of why people think I'm just so against this. And Wind Down Wednesday, if anything, it needs to be restructured or whatnot. But however, I just think it's that type of mentality that's going to keep us, I would just say, either in trouble in case of emergency or behind, or we can't get the necessities to the citizens because we're not allocating, or we're not prioritizing, I would say, our money. And one more thing, I was actually looking, maybe you can give us a little bit more clarity, because when I do ask about this, the executive office, I can never get a straight answer. The executive office, you familiar? There's $6.5 million in there. And even during the last meeting, I was like, no, we have money, and I'm not even sure how that money is being spent, who's spending it, who's authorized to spend it, if any of that's even, I don't want to say legal, but if any of that is even proper, I would say. So can we get a little, I had to miss the last meeting because I had work emergency, and I apologize. And I would say that I would like to see a presentation. And before we pass anything, I think there's certain questions that need to be answered to us and the public that we all can, so it won't be any questions or any doubts at the end of the day. And that's to my colleagues, that if we don't have to pass it today. And like I said, once again, I do apologize, but if we can just give a breakdown of how money is spent or in the executive office.
When you look at the budget that was recently put online, it gives you a breakdown of all the detail. We had some people come in and we actually sat down with them and walked through it. If you would like, we can do the same thing with you and just kind of walk through it and help you understand it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other discussion? I have a couple points. Councilmember Ziegler.
Yes, thank you. So when it comes to things like events, I personally feel like that we may have too many, period. But also when we have a population that, 20% of East Pointers are in poverty, we have a ton of infrastructure issues. I mean, a ton. And, we can only support our directors with what the budget allows. And so for me, when it comes to, events, it would be better if we could sponsor our events to take that pressure off of the budget, and then we can spend that money on our infrastructure issues to help the quality of life of East Pointers improve. I know today we just had an issue with customer care, and I want to just give a quick shout out to the interim city manager for saving that resident's day today, because that was an issue. But the thing is that I believe that we shouldn't have these issues, period. It's very frustrating. I get calls constantly. It is constant. And I would rather spend this money on things that would help our infrastructure issues and help the quality of life of East Pointers. And I think that there's a way we can have both things. That would be to do sponsorships, things like that. But for me, when it comes down to it, that's where my priority lies. And so thank you to everybody who made your comments tonight. I just want to make my position clear.
Brown, do you want your lights on? Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. And let me say thank you to the residents who came out and, as always, who speak, because at the end of the day, it's the residents who are most important in the city. And when you speak on events, I think a lot of events get sponsorships, but what we fail to tell people is when you have some of your elected officials or some people calling the sponsors, telling them to stay away from it with a 10-foot pole and don't sponsor, that kind of hurts anything that you want to have. And that should never be. And I think, like the resident said, we've been in this city. I've been in this city over 35 years. Some have been longer. And there were not anything going on in the city. So when you say, and I think everybody prioritize everything, because at the end of the day, if there are no funds to support any water main breaks or anything else, we know what's important and what is going to be prioritized. So that should not even be a question as to where the priority is. Because if there are no fundings, I've been living in this city over 35 years. I remember when we got trash pickup twice a week and we got free garbage bags. So, and a lot of things have been taken out and cut out. But the level of service, each time we do a budget, and before I became council, never changed. That is the only time service changed, when they went from twice a week to once a week. And the sanitation is the only department that still has not raised any rates. but your water rate went up, so did your electric rate. So I think when you speak, we all need to speak for the betterment of the city, because at the end of the day, it is what the citizens want. And I understand, because I was right there at that podium before I became up here. So I see it on both sides and I understand. So I'm going to yield to see if anyone else has anything. But hey, we are a city that's thriving and moving, and every other city is around us is basically doing the exact same thing.
So I don't see anyone else on this, and let me just be clear that $6.5 million for executive office is not going to the office of the mayor. And I think that might be what was trying to be put out there, insinuated. I have myself, who my salary is $20,000 a year with a $6,000 car allowance. I have a full-time staff person who makes twice as much as I make as a mayor in her full-time capacity with her benefits. I have staffing for, I think, one other part-time person. And then the Healthy Point initiative, which I get more sponsorship than we get allocated and all that. So I just want to be clear on the record that $6.5 million is not the mayor's office. I know executive offices are considered as like the city manager and some other departments, but let me be extremely clear on that in case there's any rumblings about whether the mayor has a $6.5 million budget. I actually have to have a full-time job to have my husband take care of our family. So I can assure you that as I fulfill my duties as mayor, and I don't do it for the salary, I do it because it's service and I love the residents of East Point, and I strive daily to make sure that we are providing excellent services and leveraging my network relationships, our resources and our network to be able to get things done. It's not about money, and I'm not about to do anything that's going to jeopardize my real money. So all of these allegations, I'm also an attorney licensed in 2 states. So I got a lot to lose. And I assure you, at 50 years old, I'm wise enough to not come up here and do anything that's going to jeopardize, first, your trust, but secondly, my livelihood for my family and my ability to exist peacefully. So I wanted to make sure I put that out there. As it relates to all of the many emergencies that we have in our water and sewer department, because that is a place where we inherited, when I got on council in 2013, I was elected, started in 2014. We inherited over $326 million of water, sewer, stormwater infrastructure needs with no plan and no money to cover all of that. We have been doing everything that we can to ensure that we are not now turning to residents about decisions of deferred maintenance that have 60 to 70% of our infrastructure in this city is 60 to 70 years old. And that's why we have so many issues happening. And so is it fair to say we're going to increase our rates? First of all, we can't increase our rates enough. So when we spent 5 years lobbying the state legislature and going down there and advocating for them to give us the same opportunity that Atlanta has with the municipal option sales tax, to be able to allow our residents to decide whether or not, put a referendum on the ballot to allow them to decide whether or not a penny should be charged as sales tax in East Point, College Park, and Hateville, to be able to help with that over $326 million of water, sewer, stormwater infrastructure needs, with over 80 million of that being emergent. Then we were able to go down there and advocate. And we have been trying to raise funds to ensure that we're meeting those needs. Our water and sewer Resources Director, Melissa Echeverria, is doing an amazing job. And really, I believe that the reason we were able to get the most after 5 years was because she mapped every single repair in this city over a period of time and heat mapped it for us. It's for us to be able to see what our immediate needs are, the ones that's kind of in the middle and the ones that could wait, and be able to actually quantify and put a dollar on all of those so that we can go down there and advocate. And when they say, what's the issue? And we can say, here it is, here are all the projects. And I want to give her kudos for that. But we had to make sure that that happened. To then come up with a funding source that provides resources or funding, not from residents, but for people who come visit East Point from wherever they come. If they spend money anywhere in East Point, there's a penny that's going towards that. And we're getting about $400,000 a month. That helps us with those infrastructure needs. And so we've been able to do that. We've been able to get loans from Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, GFA, which are basically, we borrow them and then they sometimes forgive all or a portion of those to be able to help deal with those needs. We have also been able to leverage our relationships with our federal delegation to be able to get congressional directed spending funding from Congresswoman Nakima Williams, from Senators Ossoff and Senator Warnock, millions of dollars that they continue to provide to help prioritize those projects. So know that we're doing all of that. So in the event, at some point, if we have to say we need a rate increase, it is not, we couldn't increase the rates enough for residents to cover $326 million worth of needs, right? And so we are trying to make sure that we're leveraging every opportunity available to us to be able to get these immediate repairs done that are needed, leverage funding in the Inflation Reduction Act federally to get that done, the bipartisan infrastructure law. So there are a number of different funding sources that we're tapping into that are not rate increases, that are not coming from residents, to once again deal with over $326 million of water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure needs that we inherited back in 2014 with no funding and no plan. And so I agree that there are definitely opportunities. I'm looking forward as we move into our next fiscal year. We talked about priority-based budgeting back in 2016. As a council member, I attended a National League of Cities class and learned about that. And as a way for, as we talk about accountability and transparency and making sure that what we're doing is aligned, priority-based budgeting allows us to do that budgeting based upon our priorities. There's a presentation that was shared in 2016 that I attached to the last work session agenda, and that item will be on our upcoming work session to be looking into that. When we talked about it in 2016, we were told that our FY17 budget, fiscal year 2017 budget, would be in that format. And I'm trying to look at whether or not that had happened, but whether it has or not, I think it is definitely a national best practice, and it's something that we should be looking at, so that the budget is more, not only easier to read, but is also a tool that we can track and monitor ourselves against throughout the year. And so there's been a lot of work put in the budget preparation. I thank our interim city manager, our staff. I appreciate the residents who have been engaged, who provided feedback that could be used to improve it. Any organization, I don't care how successful it is, always tries to continue to improve. So there's always a continuous improvement plan, a way to, how do we get better? Because if we're not getting better, we're just staying the same, right? And so nobody's perfect. And I'm not I will not make excuses for anything, but what I can tell you is that we are definitely in a better shape than we were previously. When we got into office in 2014, we were using a tax anticipation note, a payday loan, to balance our budget. So we were basically getting a payday loan at the beginning of the year, hoping that we would actually collect revenue that would allow us to be able to cover that payday loan. That stopped in 2014, and we haven't done that since. And so when we got in, some of our funds were negative. some of our, so there's general funds, there's a general fund bucket, and then there's also enterprise funds. Our electric fund was not positive, and it had a lot of challenges, and we had to make sure that we actually got that back up to out of the red into the black. And in doing that, actually had to defend a lawsuit based upon a piece of legislation that was signed in January, I believe, of 2013, and actually implemented the entire year of that last year of that existing council through December 31st of 2013 without challenge. And so we've done a lot, we've overcome a lot, and we are moving in the right direction, and we'll continue to improve and ask for you to engage along the way. I will say the money allocated for Wednesday wind down is about 0.2% of our budget. That leaves 99.8%. While definitely we welcome feedback, and I think, again, continuous improvement in everything, but we can't get so singular focused on one event that is 0.2%, less than 1% of our budget, and not think about the other 99% and all of the other resources and services that we are required to provide to our city in an efficient and excellent manner. And so, again, thank you to everyone. I think I've talked long enough to someone else has something to say. Councilmember Freely.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks to all the citizens who did come and speak, and particularly those who were so deeply engaged in exploring the budget. Thank you. And I don't want to put the interim city manager or interim city attorney on the spot, but our former Mayor Pittman sort of put a question on the table, and I don't know, regarding, I think it was sort of ward expense accounts. I don't know if that's something you can answer for the benefit of everyone who heard the question posed. And again, if you can't do it on the spot, I understand.
I was able to look up that when I heard it as well, and it looks like in section 2-2010 of your ordinances, there is an $1,800 council budget and then a $2,000 mayor budget.
Mr. Brown, anything you had to say?
Well, I'll need to look at this. I'm not prepared tonight to discuss the council's budget, obviously, because, it gets included and recommended by the city clerk's office, but I have no problem with looking at what the interim city attorney just said. So.
Sorry?
I said I have no problem with looking at what the interim city attorney just said.
Thank you.
And Councilman Freely, let me be clear that there are some limitations on those numbers. The ordinance provides that it must be for communicating materials with residents, and then also for participation in the city cell phone plan. So it's contemplated that those numbers, those amounts are spent for city purposes.
So I will say we had the first reading at the last public hearing. I'm going to read the adoption section of our charter, section 5-102C. Adoption, the city council shall adopt the budget on or before the first meeting of June. If it fails to adopt the budget by this date, the amounts appropriated for current operation for the current fiscal year shall be deemed adopted for the ensuing fiscal year on a month-to-month basis, with all items in it prorated accordingly until such time as the city council adopts a budget for the ensuing fiscal year. Adoption of the budget shall constitute appropriations of the amount specified therein as expenditures from the funds indicated, and shall constitute a levy of the property tax therein proposed. I will say, whether or not council chooses to make take the action to adopt the budget tonight, I would suggest that at least be done in the month of June, so that at July 1st, the fiscal year budget, the budget will be adopted for the beginning of the fiscal year for July 1st. In 2013, it was not adopted in June. In fact, it was adopted in December of 2013, 6 months after it should have been adopted, which caused a lot of challenges because property tax assessments, a lot of things are based on that. And so it says it shall be adopted on the first Monday in June. If not, the current budget will continue. If council is not inclined to do that tonight, we were not able to have the departmental budget presentations come before us. And while that's not something that has been done in the past, that has been the desire or ask, or there were questions of current council members. And so we're not relegated just to our past if there are questions and things we want to do. And in order to call a meeting, the charter says it requires 6 members of council, so either 6 council members or the mayor and 5 council members, 6. There's no requirement that the city manager be present. And in fact, the mayor and council supervise and direct the city manager. And so let me be clear that that meeting, there was never an intention to direct any department head to do anything. It was to hear information to determine whether or not we needed to direct the interim city manager to take action, because we are clearly aware as to whom we can direct per charter and whom we can't. Thankfully, I'm thankful to the departments that appeared. We had directors or representatives from a number of our departments, but unfortunately, we're not able to hear that. And so, again, we should not wait. I would definitely strongly recommend, and I think that since 2013, that was the last time that the budget was adopted so late. It was either in first Monday in June or in June, being ready for the next fiscal year. So that would be my recommendation to council. But tonight, we have the second reading, which can be a part of the motion to adopt, as if the council wishes. If not, we will have the second reading of the budget, which is reading the title and the allocation, the amount of the budget, and then whatever other steps council would like to take. But again, I think it is important and fiscally prudent that we have a budget in place at the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1st, and definitely not repeat what happened in 2013, approval of a budget in December of 2013.
I'd like to make a motion.
Mitchell, Councilmember Ziegler is, if you like to make a motion, she can come in on discussion, but I was about to just call the names in order.
So I can make it. So I'd like to make a motion that, I know we still have some questions.
So Councilmember Mitchell, you're not making a motion, you're discussing. So I'm gonna go in order on my screen. Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, since I haven't gone once, may I go get my one time to speak before you repeat?
We're on the motion to discuss.
Yes, ma'am. And so I'm just asking before my brother councilman makes his motion that I get a chance to speak.
So, Councilmember Butler, I'm not trying like I generally do at times. So, Councilmember Ziegler just confirmed that she has already spoken. So it will be you, then Councilmember Ziegler, and then Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I would like to share this comment with my colleagues. It is important that we meet this deadline to have our budget passed. I recognize that there are questions and concerns which can be addressed after we pass the budget. Let me express why we need to pass the budget. The first thing is we are trying to attract good talent as our city manager and legal department. No one wants to come to a council and serve if there appears to be dysfunction. The second thing is we have had time to analyze and voice all of our concerns with this budget starting in April. We all got the same budget book. We all had the opportunity to speak with staff, and we've had time to do that. The third reason why we want to pass this budget is to ensure that we continue to have excellent financial standing and bonding so that when we raise bonds in order to build our capital projects, that we can do that. So it is more than just consideration for events and what's in the council's budget. There are many other things at stake as to why we want to pass a budget when it's mandated in our charter to have it done in the first meeting in June. It's funny that Councilwoman Ziegler says she wants us to do less events. I share that concern. I've said that for a long time. I was in a retreat with our previous city manager, Fred Garner. He wanted us to do less events. I understand that. But there are some facts we should add to that too. When you decide which events to do and which not to do we not do the 4th of July? That was something that was mandated by the people. They really wanted the 4th of July fireworks. A broad spectrum of East Point people said they want a 4th of July. So we made sure that we ensured to give them a 4th of July event. How do you discriminate and discern which events that you don't want to have? Is it based upon your personal preference, or is it based upon what the people ask for? Some of the things that we have to consider since we've had this council, I've been here for 7 years now. For the first time in East Point history, we have sidewalks going from downtown to Washington to Camp Creek. So we know how to spend the money. We're getting road projects done, and we're getting speed humps placed in communities. And some people tell me we got too many speed humps now, but we're getting the work done. What we want to do is not slow down the progress that we have. We have plenty of time to voice concerns about any issue. And we should not slow down this process because we may have heartburn with 1 or 2 issues. So I encourage my colleagues to put your differences and concerns aside, put them on pause. Don't get rid of them, but address those concerns at the appropriate time and not do it here when we really need to handle the city's business. And so as we go into and consider our votes, just remember our decisions today affect more than just some events and some line items on the budget. It determines if you get good candidates to apply for positions. It determines if we have a good bond rating. There are a lot of determinants that go along with that, and not just some line items on the budget. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Ziegler, for allowing me to have that turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So one important thing that I don't think we have discussed, some time ago, there was the service line agreement that came before us. And I believe that the action item was with council to figure out how much money we were going to charge, we're going to have the residents cover versus how much the city was going to cover. And in the event that the city would cover, it would cost $230,000. If that is the will of council, I figured that would be a part of this current budget. But currently, because we haven't, talked about it, I don't think it is. And then, with some of the quality of life things, some things I have heard, our leaf pickup system is limping along. When that season comes, it seems to have a lot of issues with it, with pickup and just making sure that everything is all cleared. And the other thing too is I've heard from a lot of our seniors that that the sanitation department was coming to pick up their trash cans at their residence, taking it down to the dumps to the truck at the street, and then returning their trash can afterwards. And that has changed recently. Now you have to have a letter from your doctor in order to get that same service. And I've gotten several questions around that and why at least it seems like that our services are going down, or at least it's waffling. And I think that the waffling is concerning to residents, and that is something that we all have to really speak on and have an answer to when we talk to our constituents. And so I feel like it would be best to table this item, perhaps to next the next council meeting, as long as we get approved by July, by the time that it actually should start. I figure that we should be okay. I do understand that it's not the best situation, but I do want to make sure that we are making every effort to make sure that this budget is aligned and has all the stuff in it that we need in order to make sure that's a balanced budget. Because there may be some items out there that have not been included that need to be included. And something like, when you have the expenditures equal the same amount as the revenues, and you have another item come out kind of out of the blue, I mean, not really out of the blue, but something that wasn't accounted for, then it's not a balanced budget anymore. So that's those are my comments.
Councilmember Mitchell.
And I'll just piggyback off of my colleague. So it's not imperative that we pass the budget today. I think there are plenty of questions that even now, after the citizens have spoken, people have questions now. And I still haven't gotten straight answers on some of the things that I know are not proper. And I would like to give them, our interim city manager, some time to actually research and get back. He actually sent me some information today before the meeting that I was not aware of. So I would say, as long as we do this before July 1st, we give the citizens a chance to do their research after the new information they heard today, and give them a chance to ask those questions. I see no need to rush to judgment on this, especially if some things we're doing are not proper and haven't been proper for years now. So I would just ask my colleagues, and once again, I apologize because I was one of the reasons we didn't make quorum last time. So, like I said, I did have a work situation going on. However, I would love that chance to actually go back and ask my questions, have them, I might have some questions I might ask him through email or whatnot, but I would love the opportunity. So I just ask us, it's not imperative that we pass the budget tonight. As long as we do this before July 1st, that's what I'm understanding. We'll give everybody the opportunity and there will be no questions. Because now, I'm pretty sure people have questions. So I would like to make the motion to
I'm chimed in to speak.
we table this discussion, and we can pick a date, I guess, once I don't do scheduling, but I would ask that we wait to vote on this.
So a motion to table only tables the
Madam Mayor.
item. Hold on just a minute, Councilmember Shropshire. Let me just provide some clarity on procedure and our council rules. A motion to table an item only tables it to the end of the agenda, and does not defer it beyond that. There's a motion on the floor to table this item, which would be, and hold on a minute, let me make sure I'm reading our rules. I like to educate.
Madam Mayor, are you looking for the rule on a motion to table?
Yeah, I'm going to
That's Rule 22.
Quick question. Did you say we need 6 to pass? Is that something you mentioned earlier? 6 votes to pass? Okay. I'm just curious. Okay. Oh, an extra meeting. Okay.
Order that I provided to all new council members in a binder indicates that it takes 6 for a quorum. Motion to lay on the table, Rule 22. Motion to lay on the table and to take from the table. A motion to lay a question on the table shall not be debatable. Motion to take a question from the table shall not be debatable. Motion to take any question from the table may be proposed at the same meeting at which such question was laid upon the table and may be approved by a majority vote of council. So that motion has been made, is not debatable. Is there a second on the motion to table this item that shall be removed from the table at the same meeting that it is placed on the table on? Is there a second?
Well, I misspoke then. Let me amend.
Councilmember Mitchell, if you allow me to implement parliamentary procedures and preside over this meeting, you've made a motion, and now I'm seeing if there's a second. If there is no second, your motion dies for lack of second.
Or friendly amendments, right?
There's no need for a friendly amendment to the motion. It failed. It died because it did not get a second. So that motion is no longer on the floor.
So what I'm hearing the issue is we can't, it's about tabling it instead of
I'm
the
in to
language.
speak.
I got you, Councilmember Shropshire. Mr. Councilmember Mitchell is still in, and the city manager's light is on. Okay, Councilmember Mitchell, did you have anything else?
So I was trying to get the language. So the issue was the language. So I could still make a motion, since that one failed, I can make a motion to not vote on this tonight, since my first motion failed. Correct?
Your motion is to not vote on this tonight.
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion to not vote on this tonight. Is there a second to the motion to not vote on this tonight? It's been moved and seconded that we not vote on this tonight. My assumption is this is the budget, but I'm actually quoting the motion maker. It's been moved and seconded that we not vote on this, meaning the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget tonight. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Councilmember Shropshire.
Yes. So we're going to hold off on the budget, and Councilmember Ziegler, I heard what you said. Your concern was that residents, the senior residents whose trash were not being picked up, which has nothing to do with the budget. That's a operational procedure that and I'm sure Mr. Moore can address. Your other issue was the leaf vacuum trucks that are not properly working, which is an educational process of telling the residents do not put sticks in the piles because it constantly tears up the trucks. So let me ask the city manager this: are there any? And I think Mr. Reeves said, are there any new trucks in the budget for the leaf vacuum?
You know, I do not know the answer to that question. I know that there are 2 in for sanitation, but
I think that's where they come from, sanitation. So, and that's just my question, my answer. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to express to my colleagues, if you have an issue with the budget, we can pass the budget tonight so that we operate within what's been outlined as to what we're supposed to do per our charter. Then you can come back and have discussions. And if you have a problem with something being spent in that budget, then you can make a motion at that time and vote it up or down. So we don't have to delay the budget process for you to address any concerns that you may find later in the budget.
It is customary, Ms. Hammond, if you could come up, about how many budget amendments, or maybe interim city manager, about how many budget amendments do we do annually?
In the past, we've averaged about 4.
So about 4.
Yes.
So the budget that is initially adopted gets amended throughout the year for different reasons.
Correct.
Okay. And that budget amendment, I guess I should need to cite the section of our charter in case some people might want to mislead people about whether or not we can amend the budget. Budget amendment is in section 5-103. So it is permissible to amend the budget after it is adopted. And on average, we do it about 4 times a year.
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Brown, did you?
No, I was just going to say, Madam Mayor, there are times where you'll have to amend the budget. Let's say we have an unplanned or emergency. You'll have to amend the budget. I know, the interim finance director said 4 times a year, but there are times where there'll be times where you'll have to amend it to either bring the number up or down. We'll reconcile 90 days after the close of the fiscal year, and we'll be making budget amendments after this year closes. So it's not just 4. That's your practice, but it could be more or it could be less.
Mr. Brown, and also it's amended not just for emergencies, but if we get grant funding or different allocation from federal grant fund, other grant funding sources, the budget has to be amended to reflect that revenue as well as expenditure of that revenue. And so it's a part of the budgeting process for our council and for our budget and finance committee members. Budgets are amended often. We'll say at least 4 times. It could be more annually. And so those are opportunities. Again, I think that definitely concerns or questions that I asked should be addressed. The question is whether or not there has been enough information shared and provided to move forward with adopting this budget after 2 community meetings. Community members have met with our interim city manager and staff. We received this per charter. I think it's the 2nd meeting in April that we're required to receive the initial draft of this budget.
That's
and we
correct.
received the initial draft of the capital budget, which is required by charter, in January. And then those 2 documents are brought together to us in April, which we did. So we are now in June. It's about 2 months since we, as a council, had those budget books placed in our mailboxes. And so I think, the leaf vacuum, the discussion that we were actually having about the service line, the water service line, and whether we would cover that or where the residents were, like there are different issues. The Local Food Ecosystem Commission, agricultural manager, coordinator, like that issue, I believe that's been addressed in the Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Empowerment. You mentioned earlier when you talked about the budgeting for police officers, we were initially budgeted for 114. So you said they've already been increased to 124 because the ask was 124. And prior to us not reaching the 114, the full staffing in the budget was 114. So you're saying this budget has the funding for 124 officers?
That is correct. I think initially, when Chief and I met last week, we kind of went through everything one by one just to make sure. And what we discovered is, like, I guess years ago, you all were budgeted for like 140 officers. I think it was more years ago. But at any point, those positions never got taken out of the budget. So we have more than enough positions to cover, vacant positions to cover what he needs. And actually, we'll probably be reallocating some of those funds.
Okay. So the only motion on the floor right now is the motion to not take action on this tonight. I don't see anyone else in discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Martin Rogers. The motion failed.
Okay, so that motion is failed. And I just want to read, we're still in on discussion, and I want to remind council of this rule. What's the charter? Oops. Huh. Oh, there it was. '26. So rule 26. Ah. My computer's not working with me. Okay. Ah, it keeps skipping. Rule 26, re-entertainment of motion. A motion that has been presented to council may not be presented again for a period of 60 days unless there have been extraordinary changes that would warrant such an action. Extraordinary changes must be approved by 2/3 vote of the council. And so I'm reminding council of that because if there is an action that is taken tonight regarding the budget and that does not pass, we will be 60 days, August, before this would be able to be brought back to council, which would be over 30, about a little under the first Monday in August, Madam City Clerk. First Monday in August is August 5th. Today is June 3rd, so we'll be able. So we'd be 36 days into the new fiscal year before this action item will be able to be entertained again and be operating under a previous approved budget instead of the budget for the 2025 fiscal year. Before us tonight is the proposed ordinance. If you could share my screen communication. Is there any further action or any action that council would like to take on the proposed FY 2025 budget ordinance, which is before us tonight? Councilmember Butler. The motion is to adopt it. I think if we read the title and the amount, Madam Interim City Attorney Wiggins, that will satisfy the second reading as a part of, okay. Councilmember Butler.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we approve an ordinance by the City Council of the City of East Point, Georgia, to adopt a budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, to provide for an effective date and for other purposes, be it ordained by the mayor and council of the City of East Point and is hereby ordained by the authority of that same. The annual budget for the operations, capital projects, grant programs, and debt service for the city for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025 is $209,965,678. The budget includes our revenues and expenditures for governmental and enterprise purposes as detailed in the accompanying budget. Documents herein incorporated is hereby adopted in accordance with Georgia law.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Freely. Councilmember Ziegler. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Mitchell. Councilmember Butler. Councilmember Martin Rogers. The motion passed.
Alrighty, next up is public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening?
We have 7 public comments this evening.
Thank you. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the agenda. Speakers must complete a comment form prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time, up to 3 minutes, to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall observe all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you can call the first speaker.
Up first, we have Mrs. Ernestine Pittman, who had time given to her by Napoleon Black, so she'll have 6 minutes.
That's it. Good evening. Hope you're feeling better, Councilman Freely. I have 2 things to say before I talk about what I had signed up to speak about. Madam Mayor, these monologues that you have that go on and on, rehashing things from the past that has nothing to do with what we're talking about tonight, as you like to point out so often. Council, you need to do something about that. It is not fair to us sitting out here to have to hear your monologues where you feel put upon that you have to go and bring up this and bring up that, which I will be addressing about 2013 and the previous years prior to that up until this year. And I would also like to say that Trump doesn't have anything on you when it comes to misinformation and forgetting. We don't need that here. Nor do we need a change of our government that is happening before our eyes. There is no such thing in our charter that allows for an executive anything. Mayor and the city manager cannot be in anything together. That is not our form of government. We have a council manager form of government. We don't have an executive branch. Now, to what I was talking about previously, if this council does not get a legal opinion in writing about the elected officials being given personal budgets that they operate, administer, and organize, then we're going to have to go to court with the writ of mandamus. Because you all will do what the charter said do when it comes to spending our money. You didn't do that at all with our former city attorney. We lose money. You have no idea when it happened. You don't have things in place because you don't have a tracking sheet. And the next time I ask to open records to see a contract or an agreement that has been paid for with a signature on the line from the city manager, we're going to court and have a writ there too. Because this foolishness has got to stop. Now, we had a council special call meeting We have 8 of you up here. It is past time that seat there be filled with a temporary appointee, preferably who is not running for that office, for that seat in in November. The months that we are going without too many months to have our at-large candidate not sitting there. That was a political move that you made, and it's going to backfire because it only takes 3 dissidents up there. Now, you all need to start showing your power and say, we're not voting for anything until this happens. Do it. Fight. And another thing, back to where I was talking before. I don't need the mayor to act as my attorney. I didn't choose you. Free speech in this country is under siege. It will not be under siege with me in this office, in this building here. You need to stop interrupting me and others until we say what you like to hear. All of you up here will be guilty of RICO if you sit and conspire and knowingly know that information needs to be brought before this council, before money is spent, and you neglect that. But in other instances, you do, and you know the difference. And let's go back to that lawsuit where where Judge Kelly Lee Ellerby said that if it's in the budget, and that was an ordinance that was slipped into the budget, supposedly with my name on it, with no severability, signed on a Sunday, and you all are now operating 11 years under that ordinance without council ever voting on it. And you know why council didn't vote on it? Because they wanted that first $5 million that the PCA and the ECCR would generate that year in 2014. But when I come back here next Monday night, third Monday night, God willing, we're going to talk about the financial resources in this city and tell me why in this budget, no recreation center, no parks and recreation programs and all for the children. Where is the auditorium renovation? Where is the, forgot it by now, the commons over here? Where is it? What happened to all our money? I know the money sources, and I'll be back on the third Monday. You can believe that. And stop interrupting me. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ms. Sharon Lovett.
Sharon Lovett, 2830 Delow Drive. In the past, people were complaining we received robocalls, which inform the residents about food giveaways, COVID shots, and free tablets for seniors. Last week, we received a robocall, and they was complaining about Shropshire, buying a luxury car and purses. Okay. Most of you all work a full-time job, and this is a part-time job. When I was 50, I bought a Jaguar. So I thought I had it all going on, okay? I'm older now. I don't have it anymore, but I had it. So you could buy what you want to buy when you got a job and a hand. So I didn't appreciate getting that. And today, we got another robocall talking that same trash about what's going on. So I don't know why people are so mad and calling people bullies. Okay, we hadn't seen anything where somebody being a bully up there. Ain't nobody bullied me because I don't play either. Okay, the second thing is on YouTube. I saw a distasteful video from Michael Herring, and it was put out there using Sharon Shropshire pictures, stating she's using the city money to buy all this stuff again. The video background music was, ain't gonna bump no more with a big fat woman. And I thought that was so disrespectful. But it was from Michael Herring. They had it out there. I didn't make it up. Nobody didn't tell me. I saw it. Okay. So, Mitchell, you need to tell your boyfriend to stop the madness, and this is not right. It's unacceptable and disrespectful. Thank you.
A point of order has been raised. What's the rule, council member?
I think it's rule number 7. I don't know how my name got put it. The disrespect, I think. She started talking.
So do you want to withdraw your point of order, or a point of order has to be addressed once it's raised? You said rule 7. I'm just trying to get to the rules. Rule 7 deals with members recognized, and so I will read it. I'm not sure that it's applicable here. I mean, you mentioned, oh gosh. Rule 7, members recognized. Every member prior to speaking or making a motion shall be recognized by the presiding officer and shall not proceed with his or her remarks until recognized and named by the chair. When 2 or more members request recognition, the presiding officer shall name the council member who is to speak first. Council members shall confine remarks to the subject under debate, avoiding personal comments directed at other members and or refraining from impugning the motives of any other council members' comments or vote. No council member may interrupt another council member except to rise to a point of order. So,
what's it, rule 24?
So I'm going to go to the point of order rule because it only allows the statement of a rule. So rule 13, can you share my screen, please? Rule 13, point of order, which is what I'm acting on. A point of order will take precedence over all other business. The chair must recognize the council member calling a point of order. Once recognized, the council member may only quote the rule number in the rule. It's not plural. No discussion, explanation, or debate is allowed during a point of order. The chair will recognize the point of order and then rule as to the point of order. Council member calling for a point of order may appeal the ruling of the chair. The chair will then call for a vote to uphold the decision. You made a point of order when I asked for the rule, which is required once I recognize you. You raised rule 7, which I just read into the record, which deals with members of council, specifically rule 7 is members recognized. And Councilmember Mitchell just indicated I could keep moving forward. So Madam City Clerk, if you can call the next speaker.
Up next, we have Ms. Sandra Cole.
Good afternoon again. My blood sugar is dropping, so I'm gonna have to be kind of quick with what I was gonna say. Sandra Code 2829 DeLow Drive. I just have two.
Ms. Cole, you can stop sharing my screen. I'm sorry.
Okay. I just have two things that I want to address. I have been getting annoying calls, which are outrageous to me, from a Joanne Smith and a Deborah Jenkins, and they say they are representing the committee to elect qualified candidates. And I've been in East Point ever since 1986. I've never heard of this committee. So if at all possible, whoever you are, please remove my name from any type of, what you call them? Robocalls, because I don't have time to listen at negative comments about specific council members. And also I want to address this other thing on TikTok. That was disgusting to see a video put out online without your approval, which I truly feel that you, Ms. Sharon, should press legal charges against the person that put this out on TikTok and whatever else, media. I think this is degrading. As much as I love East Point, we just got rid of people that was working against the council. And now we have new council that's working against other council members. We need to stop. I pray for y'all that you all come together, because now is not the time to just degrade people and attack people. So let's work together. And I'm gonna try and make it to more meetings this year, but my ward is C. And I expect to see some good things happening in Ward C, because we have not had a lot of communications. And like I said, I've been here since 1986, and I could call Miss Swapshire and she could get whatever it is that I need done. So let's work together. And if there's anything that my council members from Ward C need from me, just knock on my door. I'm there. Or my phone number is on the paper, whatever you need. Thanks, and you all have a blessed evening.
Up next, we have Ms. Nicole Green. And, okay, and she left. Ms. Tracy Stiles.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, and everyone. Let me just say, I'm so disturbed. I am really disturbed. I've been sitting here listening. I'm watching council members sniggering as their derogatory comments been made regarding what we're hearing as we elected you to represent us. We trusted you to represent us, and I'm embarrassed. I sat there and I'm sitting there looking, and I'm looking at you, sniggling. I don't see what's funny. As I said the last time I was here, if you don't have any respect for your constituents, you don't have any respect for us. None. And I sat there and I saw that for myself. So what I'm asking here today, if we could we somehow get a report card for each member of everything they do, how they vote, how they don't vote, how they represent? Is there something that we can get quarterly to represent us? Because it seems like some is taking these seats and using it for their own personal gains, for whatever vendetta they got going on, whatever the matter is. You had 6 months to look at this budget, whatever was presented to you, and you want to waste our time tonight. You waste our time to the last meeting that I had to go, since someone once said they want to be the detective. So I got the meeting and said, yeah, you are the detective, and you're going to do thus and thus and thus. Okay, so I'm saying I want to be the detective. I'm going to be your assistant. So if we can we get a quarterly report card for each representative that represented the wards? So we want to know how they voting, how they not voting, what it is when we say we want Wednesday wind down. What do we want? We say we want Wednesday wind down, not what you want. You're not an island. We sent you here to represent us, and that's what we want, and that's what we're looking for. And I said again, we're gonna be watching you. You only got 4 years here. If you don't do what we ask you to do and represent us, to come to us clean and respectfully and represent. There's women up here. I'm a woman, so you to disrespect the woman, it's to disrespect me. It's to disrespect my mother. It's to disrespect my grandmother. All of us that reside and lived and raised and grew up in the city of East Point. I remember East Point was So like at 6 o'clock, East Point went to sleep. There was nothing going on here. And now that we're trying to progress forward, it's like someone on the inside is fighting us to progress forward. What's wrong with having some entertainment for the citizen? These people can't barely pay rent, we can't barely buy food, we can't barely put gas in our car. What is it to give the citizen who paying these taxes something back? It ain't yours, it's ours. This is our tax money. And we said that's what we want, that's what we want. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
I think you said 7, so I just want to make sure I had everyone because I was
I did
6.
initially.
I had Ernestine Pittman is one. She received time from Napoleon Black. I didn't see him here, but I'm assuming he came earlier and
He
left.
was here.
Sharon Lovett, Sharon Coleman.
Sandra Cole.
I'm sorry, Sandra Coleman.
Yes.
Nicole Green and Tracy.
Yes, and then Styles, and then Mr. Fan, Bishop Fan. He was on the list, but he left.
No, so I just wanted to make sure that
we had
that we
everybody,
said
yeah.
7, you named the 7, and that he left. So the 7th was Greg Fan.
Yes.
Okay. And he is not here at the time too. All right, thank you so much. That concludes our public comments for this evening. We next have 4 agenda items that I think we can get through relatively quickly without, we don't have any consent items tonight, that we can get through relatively quickly and then go into executive session. I know there's probably discussion on the first one, so if we can get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the professional property and casualty liability insurance brokerage services. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. And Councilmember Butler, you indicated you had comments that you wanted to save until this evening, so I'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, I don't have any comments at this point in time. Is he going to present the contract tonight, or are we still going to wait on that?
So tonight is just approval of the vendor. And then they will have to, hold on a minute, I might be getting that one confused with the whistleblower. So I apologize. We do have the contract for McGriff. I was thinking ahead of whistleblower, which is the next item. So the contract is on for approval tonight to approve McGriff Insurance Services LLC.
Let's look at Michelle. I think Michelle will present on this one.
Hello, Madam Mayor, Council.
evening.
I'm Michelle Abear, Human Resources Manager. I'm kind of filling in for Iris Jesse. And as I understand it, during the last council meeting in May, that the council approved the McGriff Insurance Services for our broker vendor. And what we're going to discuss tonight is the terms of the agreement. Am I correct? Yes. So, I'm sorry.
I'll go back to Councilmember Butler to see if he
Okay.
has questions, and then I'll come to you. So
How long
Councilmember
is the
Butler
term?
is for the contract.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. How long is the term?
The term is 2 years with 1-year option. If I'm not mistaken, that's the term that the council wanted, and the insurance agent has agreed to, a broker has agreed to those terms.
That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
And I think where Councilmember Butler is going is probably an operational question regarding the terms of the contract. So when they put these solicitations out, there is a proposed contract in it. And if we want to think about different terms for that, that's the discussion we need to have with the city manager regarding solicitations and terms of contract, so that when they put them out, they have the terms per council approval or being made aware of what they're going to be. Because then once we approve the vendor and the proposed contract is out there, that's kind of what they bid on. That's what they were telling us before. So I think there's a way to address what your concern is, but it's probably through having a discussion with, presentation maybe by contracts and procurement. I don't know if all of our contracts are 2 years plus 1 year renewal. I think some are 1 year with annual renewal. We have some with 3 and stuff like that. So maybe we want to look at which types of contracts fall into those categories.
Madam Mayor, just for the record, so we can move on, there are some issues that I have with this entire process. And with this particular contract, there's been a problem since the very beginning. And just to outline that, the first contract was a one-year contract. Then they came back for a renewal with no bids. Then we made them put it back out, and then miraculously, he outscored everybody, and including people who had the contract before. And then I was verbally, well, I won't use that term, but I was just treated very rudely by a member of staff, questioning the contract process. And for the records, we've had too many piggyback contracts. We've had too many shenanigans going on with the contract, with this particular contract. We give them 1 year, now we're going to 2 years with a third option. It's nothing personal about this vendor, but I have a problem with the contract and procurement process. There needs to be some training, and I'm not going to support this because of what my perception is. I want to be very clear, it's just unclean. And I have a problem with that. And the department needs to step up. You need to step up, brother. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, I see your light on. Is there something that you'd like to?
I'd just like to say thank you for the commentary. I appreciate it. What I do know is the contractor, Mr. McGriff, the representative from McGriff, and I can't remember the gentleman's name. He did make adjustments based on what he heard from the council in terms of changing the years. And so I feel comfortable that what we have now is a better product than what we had from the previous meeting. So.
All right, I don't see any other lights. There's a request for council to approve the contract for professional property and casualty liability insurance brokerage services with McGriff Insurance Services, LLC. Is there a motion or any action on that request? Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded that we approve the contract with McGriff Insurance Services, LLC for professional property and casualty liability insurance brokerage services. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Freely, Councilmember Ziegler, Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Martin Rogers. The motion carried.
Thank you. Next up is the whistleblower hotline services. The request is that council approve turnkey solutions. Says contract, but I don't see the contract attached to this agenda. And I feel like our last discussion was about approval of the vendor to then do the contract. I could be getting them wrong, but the online agenda for this item only has the action item. There's no contract.
Should have been a contract there, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Last, we approved the vendor, and we were going to approve the contract. The contract was updated with the actual the cost proposal that was in the contract itself. So that should have been on the action item, agenda itself. But if not, I can actually give that to Madam Clerk.
We're kind of just in the middle of the meeting. So Mr.
Yeah, so this item will be tabled
Brown.
until the work session, and we'll probably either take action or discuss it at that meeting or our second meeting in June.
So tabling would require us to remove it tonight. So you want us to defer this item to the June 10th work session, and then it could possibly come back on June 17th. Okay, so there's a request that we place this item on the June 10th work session agenda. Can we get a motion?
Refer this item to the June
10th
work
session.
session.
It's been moved and properly seconded that this item be placed on the June 10th work session agenda. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is request to approve the KB Advisory Group contract for the not to exceed $104,250. Is there a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action? I see the vendor here, and I likely have some questions. Moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Mr. Brown, I see Mr. Rogers at the podium. I think there were some questions that were asked previously, so maybe we could start with those regarding what this contract is and what we will be receiving. I'm trying to jar my memory, look at my notes. Go ahead, Mr. Is that okay, Mr.
Yes, absolutely.
Roger.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, council members. Maceo Rogers, Department of Economic Development, here along with Mr. Jonathan Gerber, KB Advisory Group, asking and seeking council approval of the KB Advisory Group contract and a brief presentation overview regarding RFP 2024-185, an amount not to exceed $104,250 from funding source other professional fees. Mr. Gerber is here to provide a quick overview or answer any questions that you might have regarding the process of the contract.
Mayor and council members, thank you for giving me the time to address you. I am Jonathan Gelber, Vice President with KB Advisory Group. We are an Atlanta-based economic and real estate consulting firm that has extensive experience doing economic development strategic plans for communities throughout Georgia. I personally was part of the team member that did the 2012 City of East Point Strategic Economic Development Plan. So I'm happy to be back here working on this again. The Strategic Economic Development Plan takes about 6 months to do and then a couple more months to approve and get done. What we will do is identify the strategic, economic, and demographic assets of the city, do some stakeholder outreach and community outreach, and elected official outreach to find out what are your economic priorities and help come up with action steps to accomplish those economic development goals.
Thank you for that overview. Any other questions from council on this item? There's a request to approve the contract with KB Advisory Group not to exceed $104,250 for our 10-year strategic economic development 10-year strategic plan. Is there a motion or any action on this item? Thank you, Councilmember Freely. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilmember Shropshire. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council discussion and possible action on contract with Granicus for full service meeting management and cooperative agreement. This is from the city clerk's office. You got a presentation? Oh, okay. You were going to the podium, so I was like, so it looks like, and it looks like, and contract and procurement person left. This is someone. Have we already approved Granicus as the vendor? And then is it coming back later for the contract?
No.
I see a proposal.
No, we haven't. It's actually, this program is an update to our current agenda system that I have now with Granicus.
Okay, it says proposal, but it's actually their contract. Is this what we're using for the contract for this item, Attorney Wiggins? It says Granicus proposal for East Point.
Can you repeat that, Madam Mayor? I'm not sure if I understand the issue.
So the item attached to the agenda for the it says Granicus proposal. It's written in the format that provides the pricing summary and information as it relates to the pricing, as well as the terms. Is this the contract that we'll use? I see it has a signature block for us to be signed by on behalf of the city.
So it looks like this is a proposal that was sent as opposed to a contract that I'm used to seeing that comes through the contract, DocuSign matter. The terms and conditions require you to click on a link on packet page 152. And so I would not suggest that this be the complete contract because all terms are not, they're visible, but they're not visible, but they're in there, but just by reference to the code section, to the link in this document. So I know it may slow down progress, but I would recommend that we have all of those terms present so that we can know what we're agreeing to. I haven't looked at those terms in that link.
So you haven't seen this document? This wasn't provided to you? Okay, so can we get this moved to our June 10th work session? Let's see any updates, and then if we go through that, it can be back on June 10th. Is this time sensitive?
It's for the next fiscal year.
For next fiscal year?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they were willing to start with me whenever it gets approved.
I couldn't hear you.
They're willing to start with me whenever it gets approved prior to the new fiscal year, and they won't bill until July 1.
Okay. Mr. Brown, I see your light on.
Yeah, well, no, it is, but it isn't my item. I understand the technology that she's trying to get, and we can put it on for June 10th work session. So it's not a problem.
Motion to move this item to the June 10th work session.
So move.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7 was moved to June work session. Now we're at comments for council, and we do have an executive session item that we need to address. So, Councilmember Cummings, you have any comments?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, East Pointers. For those we had a full house when we started, but that's not quite what it is now. But for those that did attend and those that are viewing on social media, I just wanted to thank everybody that came out on Saturday for our senior stroll. We had something that was surprising. A lot of residents didn't know just how beautiful Sykes Park was. They encouraged me to make sure that we continue to have events there. We had a really nice turnout, good photo ops for a lot of people that came through. I think our oldest participant was 89 years young. And even Chief Thornton's mother and my mother came out and participated in the event. So again, just thank everyone that came out, and we look forward to seeing everyone again next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to quickly say that if you are getting robocalls and you do not want them, a couple things you can do. The first thing is you can register your phone number on the Do Not Call registry. It is a federal website. It's donotcall.gov. And then if you're still getting the phone calls, you can make a complaint to the FCC. That would be on consumercomplaints.fcc.gov. And every single phone call that you receive would need its own separate complaint. So if you are receiving any unwanted phone calls, those are the two things that you can do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have two announcements, and one is for the Chapel Hill Church located in Ward D. They wanted everyone to know that Vacation Bible School has started. It's going to be 3 days of free fun. Please contact the church office for more information. Also, they will be having a basketball skills camp for students in grades K through 12 on the second and fourth Saturday of each month from 1 to 3 o'clock. I also wanted to let residents know that one of my initiatives is a teacher back to school drive. The first drive will be held on July 27th, and we need donations. This drive is specifically geared toward our public school educators that are currently employed in the 8 public schools in East Point, where I would like to provide the educators back to school supplies for their classrooms to start the academic school year. You can drop your donations off right here at City Hall at 2757 East Point Street, and look for more information within the next few days. Thank you so much.
I've been trying to find it myself, but Madam City Attorney Wiggins, if you could help me find it. I think it might be, I can't remember exactly where this in the charter rule, but filling of a vacancy on council, I'd like to read that prior to us going into executive session. As it relates to individual ward budgets for council members, since I've been on council starting in 2014, every budget has had a budget department section for the mayor, a budget department section for Ward A council member, for a budget department section, and budget. It's not an individual or personal budget. We serve in seats, and so our names are not in the budget. The ward position is in the budget. So there's one for mayor, it's one for Ward A council member, Ward A council member at large, Ward B council member, Ward B council member at large, Ward C council member, Ward C council member at large, Ward D council member, and Ward D council member at large. And again, that has been since I've been here in 2014. And I think if you look at previous budgets and during previous administrations, you'll find that the mayor's office and each all of the other elected officials or elected offices for council have a separate budget. So nobody has a budget with their name on it. It is by seat and by office. The report card on voting, it's a good suggestion. After every council meeting, generally the next council meeting. So we have a meeting tonight, and on June 17th, you'll see approval of the minutes from that council meeting, and those minutes that are approved actually record the votes for each and every agenda item. And so while that's not a summarized report card for each one up here, those agendas can be found online. Can you share my screen, please? So if you go to department, department, city clerk's office, agendas and minutes, meetings. What's it say? And here you'll see the current upcoming meetings. Also, you'll see past meetings here. If you click either see more here or at the bottom, it's going to take you to this page where all of the previous years are. And if you click on, say, 2017, you're going to get the meetings from that year, and the minutes, the agendas here, the agenda packet, and the minutes are here as well. And so this is how you can actually see who voted and how they voted on a particular item. So I wanted to share that. Madam City, Ms. Attorney Wiggins, have you located?
Section 3-104 of the charter.
Section 3-104 of the charter. Not in the charter. 3-104. So there was a suggestion that we should just appoint a temporary person to fill the role of a vacancy that was created. Um, Unfortunately, our charter, or fortunately, I should say, our charter does not allow that. Section 3-104, special elections. In the event that the office of mayor or any council member shall become vacant for any cause, the city council shall order a special election to fill the balance of the unexpired term of such official, provided, however, that if the vacancy occurs within 12 months of the expiration of the term of that office, the city council shall appoint a successor for the remainder of the term. The term of office became vacant on I feel like it was March 8th, March 6th of this year. Um, Upon the former ward being a large council member qualifying to run for office by law, that is automatic vacating of the seat. March 6th of 2024 is more than 12 months remaining on the term of office because the current term of office expires on December 31st, 2025. So since it was more than 12 months remaining on the expiration of the term of office at the time that the vacancy occurred on March 6th, the provision of appointing a successor for the remainder of the term is not available to this council. What is available is having a special election to fill the balance. And the speaker and anyone else can actually go back into our minutes, as I just showed, to see where we approved a resolution setting the election date for this special election to coincide with the November 5th general election, and the qualifying dates as well are, what are the dates in August?
August 19th through 21st.
August 19th through 21st. Also set the filing fee for that, which is
$480.
$480. And so we are complying with our charters, not with just suggestions, random suggestions being made, because we are bound by our charter and just not creating ideas. In order to do that, it would require a change of our charter, either through home rule amendment. If this is something that we could approve by home rule, these are generally the types of things that have to get local legislation, which would be through the General Assembly, and then passed in that manner. So this council cannot just make a temporary appointment or temporary appointee to fill the vacancy of this seat. We are fulfilling our duties as prescribed by our city charter. As it relates to executive session, you can stop sharing my screen. Do we have any executive session items from legal? From the interim city manager? What type? One personnel. We also have another personnel that we need to get to. I've been letting them know our timing. Do we have any other items from council? All right, that means we need to have a motion to recess into executive session for 2 personnel
Motion
items.
to recess into executive session for 2 personnel.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess. reconvene. Are we on? Motion to, Councilmember Clemens makes a motion to reconvene. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to approve the executive session meeting minutes. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion to carry. Motion to carry. Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Meetings adjourned. Good night, East Pointers, and we hope to see you at the 5K run walk this Saturday.